Screwing around, almost died. That was good. Yeah, Madman, that's accurate for sure. 7 gold worth of stuff, 3 gold in currency. Not that bad. Yeah, the jumps. You got to make the jumps every time. Can't miss. The logout skip they fixed is the one where you could log out, like if you were under an overhang on your own, and then you would get teleported. But the reset with a partner, which is what I'm doing, resetting on my main, you can still do. How haven't I fallen? I have, just not in that run, fortunately. But yeah, that's a good call. You used to be able to log out in here, like in the cave on your own without a partner in the group. In the cave where the first boss is, you could log out and get back on your own, and they fix that. Yeah, the mob leashing got messed with a little bit here, and then they set it back to the way it used to work. So I think that works normally. And then, in different versions of the game, like Seasons of Mastery and other, they've done different things where they've sped up the mobs so that you couldn't kite, or they made them only slowable with Blizzard for a short time. Boy, those guys didn't all reset. It's weird. But now on era everything, or on hardcore era, pretty much everything is back to like original classic. So you can still kite mobs, you can still Blizzard and slow them forever. which is what I'm hoping they do on Fresh. I'm probably going to play Fresh softcore. Yeah, dude, thanks for that suggestion. I actually, I think I saw that comment. I will make a Caverns of Time video because it's interesting to see those models. And what's cool about it is, so like in Tenaris, when you would sneak behind the wall that's there because so that you couldn't get into Caverns of Time in original vanilla, but it was all in there. There's like one model in there, but there's other models in the game files that they don't use for that are like longer, twisty turning caves that get down there. They're all sort of similar, but it's interesting that there's different ones than are the ones that are actually in the game. Yeah, there's something fun about going to those areas that you're not supposed to go to. See that guy sneak through there? You're going to be mage on fresh. That's awesome. Paladins, 4 paladins. It just sounds painful. I think they're slow levelers, if I understand correctly. Hey, Bilal, thank you so much for that comment, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. I always am surprised that people will watch the videos I make if they don't even play the game anymore. But I do the same. I watch StarCraft videos because I love it, and I haven't played that in over 10 years. But that's cool. Thank you. Hi, Lakan man. Hey, thanks for that comment, Nick. Appreciate it. What do I think about the new hardcore progression servers next week? I think it's a mistake. I get it. People love fresh, me included. I love starting on a fresh server right the second that it starts with no auction house and no economy started yet and everything else. And then a lot of players at low levels, kind of at the same level leveling. But for hardcore, we say hardcore is always fresh because there's always people at every level. The starting zones are always full. And right now, there's just barely enough people to keep at least the US servers full. So half of the people are going to leave these servers and go to the fresh ones, and there won't be enough people on any server. It just doesn't make sense. If they were going to have done something different for the hardcore servers, like hardcore that's going to go into TBC or hardcore where they're going to maybe have it be a exclusively SSF server, that would have made sense. But it's just doing another hardcore server that doesn't make sense to me. For fresh, I'm going to level a mage on softcore just for fun to be part of the fresh rush to 60. But then I'll come back here and play hardcore. It's my plan. I hear you, man. I love those games, the quarter munchers. I've got 80s arcade games in my garage. Dude, why didn't that blue get counted by the loot appraiser? That's weird. Because I didn't pick it up. Which ones? I got these blue boots, Obsidian Greaves, just now, which 35 gold. That's pretty good. This is my gold farmer, so that's what I need. That's one flask. One flask for raiding. But I'm struggling with inventory space right now. Oh, there was a script to remove gray items. That's good. The gray items are good for me. I'm trying to get gold, so the gray, at least the gray, good like weapons and stuff. But yeah, a lot of that stuff that I get rid of it with this D-Junk add-on. Um, yeah, which arcade games do I have? I'm gonna run back and sell right now. I have around the edge of my garage. I have a 1983 Star Wars, a vector game. I have a obscure game called Pac-Man. Dang, that didn't reset. I mean, not an obscure game called Pac-Man. That's not obscure. An obscure game called Quantum, Atari Quantum. I have an original Pac-Man. I have an original Tron. I have a 720, of course, which is what my channel's named after. I have a, Street Fighter 2 Turbo Champion Edition, and then I feel like I missed one. And then I have a Nintendo Punch Out, which was a dual monitor arcade game. So now I'm like bugged. I can't reset with this guy. So I can either run out, which is a little bit risky, or I can just wait for like 10 minutes and level my other guy, which I might do. Heard you guys are staying on DP. Would you rather, how do I feel? Would I rather have moved? No, I wanted to stay on DP. I think that hardcore, another hardcore fresh server is just a mistake. So I'm staying on DP. I'm going to level a softcore mage just for fun on the fresh servers, just to be part of that big fresh rush, which is cool. But I'm staying on DP for sure. I think they should combine for the US servers. I think they should combine um, Skull Rock and DP. Yeah, NES Punch Out was also one of my favorites. Mike Tyson's Punch Out, right? Mike Tyson's fighting later today. Still, and he made that game, came out in like 1986. But yeah, there was a Nintendo Punch Out game that has two monitors, a lower and an upper monitor. And then they released a Super Punch Out, and then they released a game called Arm Wrestling that all fit in that same cabinet. And I have that one. My cabinet has all three of the boards in it. You can switch between them. All the streamers in OnlyFans are going with the new HC server. Um, those streamers are funny guys. They got screwed because, like, um, uh, and I'm a boomer, so I don't keep up with a lot of these streamers, but I kept up with it enough to know that like Soda was like he was like saying like he knew something, like for sure they're gonna I gotta wait, I can't tell you guys, but there's some news coming, like as if he knew there was gonna be a self-found only server for only them starting. But instead, they said, "All right, we're making a new server, but it's phased, which they don't want. They want to raid right away, as I understand. Like, so they have to wait 2 weeks for Molten Core and then another couple of weeks for Blackwing Lair, and it's just going to screw up their whole thing of trying to have content very quickly." So originally, he said they were all going to just come and play on Defias Pillager, which would have made more sense. But they just don't want to be on Defias Pillager because a lot of us are running around in good gear. So it's kind of a funny thing. I played the Punch Out on Wii a long, long time ago, but haven't played it in a while. But the NES Punch Out, I played a ton of. I still remember the code 00737359963 is the code to get to Mike Tyson on NES. I see. So he knew ahead of time. He knew there would be a new HC server, but no way he knew it was going to be phased because he would have been complaining about it. Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, that's the whole mistake of, I get new classic because there's no real way to play a fresh classic going into TBC. That doesn't exist right now. TBC or Wrath, those versions of the game. So they want to release that. Makes sense. They're not going to have hardcore go into TBC at all. So the only benefit of a new server for hardcore maybe would just be to have a fresh economy or have more people at the lower levels, but there's plenty of people at the lower levels. There's really like no benefit to the fresh server. And it's just a detriment because as you said, you're exactly right. Half of the people on Defias Pillager are going to go re-roll there. If I was on Skull Rock, I'd be ticked because Skull Rock is already low population, and so then that's going to be even lower. It just doesn't make sense. How about you? Are you gonna stay or go re-roll on the new one or do something else? Nice. Yeah, Pog's a great guild. I'm always like rooting for them. Try to watch the streams and good guilds that are clearing the high level content and getting recipes and getting uh, head drops for world buffs and stuff. The more we have, the better. Yeah, my guess is that the populations are going to drop. Stuff's going to be fragmented. Like Defias Pillager will be slow for a while, and then it will all come back because and then that's the streamer server, the new server will like die because those guys will play and a bunch of people will follow along and play there alongside of them for a while. But the streamers move along quickly to something else, and half of them, as I understand, aren't even WoW players. So yeah, their whole strategy is like, let's roll on the new server, we'll level up, we'll hope that the phasing gets faster, or if we can't, we'll transfer and hope that they enable transfers, which they haven't yet. So it's weird. Yeah, exactly. Most of them are new players. That's exactly my prediction. It will fall apart quickly. I mean, they've got a bunch of streamers that never play WoW, and so then their idea is let's play hardcore. Like hardcore's I know everybody says like this game is super easy, it's not a hard game, retail's way harder, and they're right, sort of. But like it's not a game for brand new people. They'll all die at level 12 or earlier unless there's people seriously like right next to them helping them. Like you got to get the streamers that are brand new and then pair them up with like an Ompi that just follows them around so that they're together, or else they're all going to be dying. There's not going to be a raiding team with new streamers that don't play WoW on that team. It's too hard to get to 60. That's awesome. Yeah, the winner is the Death Channel, 100%. Right? 100%. Dead Mines is going to be like their top tier raid. I don't even run Dead Mines on hardcore because I think it's the hardest dungeon because it's the dungeon with the most new players in it. It's much safer to run a level 60 dungeon because those players have been sort of they're like gated, that they already have a certain amount of staying alive.
What do you need? Go with honor.
trying to blink on this mage. Hey, I'm the dude who keeps saying how much I like the unpolished videos. Well, if you like unpolished videos, like stick around, check out my channel, because that's my specialty. Dude, I agree with you 100%. Modernization, it's like the ultimate irony. Like the more modern, the less good. Dude, exactly, Sparklebeard. They're gonna be in for like a rude awakening when they can't get a raid group together. That's my prediction. I could be totally wrong.
Blood and thunder.
Those guys are talking about how like, oh, they'll be able to do it. Like WoW's an easy game, and it's like the one saying it's easy. It's like Zaryu and Ampi and like Zico. Like, yeah, it's pretty easy for them. Yeah, thank you for that comment, man. I appreciate it. I don't like I like just looking at the WoW files and the maps and making videos about that just because that's fun for me. I don't consider myself like a content. I would never stream on Twitch or anything. And to be honest with you, when I'm like broadcasting live to YouTube like this, it's usually unlisted or private just because I'm recording my play in case I die or want to look back at it. Occasionally I'll make it live like this. It's almost kind of by mistake. So I very rarely actually chat. I'm an old man, so it's not my style. Yeah, you're right about the videos being less polished. I could do that, and like kind of I should because they're like more real and they're quicker and easier to make. Um, my last video was um, about dead mines in the map and the way that all fits together. And like it's funny when you start to make YouTube channels, like I consider my channel very small. It's just a small niche channel and I kind of will keep it that way. But when you start to get a certain number of views, YouTube starts sending you all this stuff about how to make your videos better because their whole interest is getting more views and they're telling you do this, do that. And one of the things they tell you is make a hook. And the hook is where you start right at the beginning of the video, do something so that you don't have drop off. And so I made a hook in that one, which was like, stick around and see what's wrong with this. But it's like I'm watching it back and it's just it's just I'm cringing so much because I said it two or three times in there, like, hey, stick around and come back. And it's just like, you could just be more real. I don't need to use any gimmicks because I really don't care that much. Anyway. Yeah, you're right about making it easy. I tend to play scared. I call it like I don't want to die. So I don't take a lot of risks when I play. I outlevel almost all my quests, like this one. And I'm going extra careful here because I don't play Horde pretty much at all. So I don't know these quests. Like if I level on Alliance, every single quest I do from 1 to 60, I'll have done it many times and pretty much know exactly how it works. Yeah, exactly. That's why I can play this game. I'm not like a good gamer in terms of, speed to play or how well your reaction time and all of that. Like, my kid plays games like Rocket League and FPS shooters and stuff, and I'm just terrible at those. But WoW you can be good at because like everyone says it's a knowledge-based game. You have to understand where stuff is and how to go and how far away stuff can be before it's not going to kill you and how much you can kill before it kills you. It's just experience and knowledge. It's not really skill in like traditional sense. Yeah, there's a lot of videos where it's just a person speaking with nothing in the background, and they want to talk about news and what's happening, and I guess that's interesting. But there's enough of that already. I like to show interesting stuff about the game because it's what's interesting to me. I really like the map. I love WoW, the WoW maps, and the changes in the maps over time, over the years. Been drinking wine and feeling fine. Nice. It's Friday, man. Go for it. I wish I was drinking wine. Yeah, man, this is my only Fangs character. No, this character is in. This is like the HC Elite Horde Guild. And I just play this one when I'm like, honestly, this is downtime, letting my instance cooldown reset on the main mage. So I'm leveling my money making mage. I could probably go back to that. Honestly, the original idea was HC Elite was going to put together a small team of Horde to go get rend heads to drop for Alliance, and have cappers and all of that. I started a priest, and then people were saying, well, you got to really level it up high to do the capping because you get mind control at like level 30 or something like that, but you can still get resisted. Whereas you can get a gnomish mind control cap pretty early. So I kind of abandoned the priest and went back to mage, which I'm more comfortable with. But mage and priest are my two classes. I just went with the mage. Yeah, Lakin, that's an interesting point. I don't usually look into the changes in mechanics over time, but that would be a really cool way to look at the history of the game, which is what I'm usually interested in. What abilities used to exist and why did they change and all of that. I like it too. I always say WoW cannot be imbalanced because anyone can play any class they want. If you truly believe something is better than something else, go play that. Yeah, for sure. Like StarCraft, the balance matters 100%. And in WoW, like PvP, then it matters. But for like PvE, it's kind of silly to say stuff is imbalanced. Yeah, 17. Almost there. Did you hear my phone ring? See, I told you I don't like stream with voice on ever. Suspected spam. That's what popped up. Same here, man. I don't answer my phone. Hey, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, I haven't. I sort of specialize in the zones and the maps and the models, but that's what someone else just said a moment ago. Like looking into the way mechanics work or change might be interesting. I thought a little bit about seeing if I could turn on, there's ways to see like mob pathing visually and stuff like that. That's interesting to me. I thought I might look into stuff like that, but I've never heard of that on Ixia thing, but it makes sense. Yeah, that would be interesting. One thing that's sort of similar to what you're talking about, not exactly the same, but sort of similar, is that like if you're a GM and you have GM abilities, one of the things they can do is they can like mind control any mob. And so once you mind control them, you see those mobs' abilities. And it's interesting. Like I was screwing around in Nax and I would just mind control the bosses in Nax and see what abilities they had. And that might be an interesting thing. You can also summon mobs in, or like I would mind control one mob, like one boss in Nax, and make it fight the other boss, and just see how that goes. You know, I ran through Nax with a pet essentially um, that was patchwork as my pet. Ran through and just demolished everything. So that I thought would be an interesting video to make. Just two. Yeah, my specialty for a while was, oh, you don't hear the game's sound. Interesting. My specialty was doing like Mage duo. Thanks for telling me that. Yeah, so you don't hear the game sound. Thank you. That's because of this. Should be louder now. Thank you.
I got the best deals anywhere. Be good.
Sneak peek, what's the next model I'll be exploring? I never know. I just whatever I like looking into is what I'll make. Um, I would like to do some sort of a video where I don't know if anyone watched the Dead Mines video I just made where I showed the Dead Mines model on top of the regular Eastern Kingdoms maps just to see like how it would fit in. Something like that with more dungeons, maybe where I would say, here's how Maradon fits into Desolace, and here's how Blackrock Depths fits into Blackrock, and like all of that. What's the add-on with the purple up arrows next to your character? This over here? That is Nan Auto Shield. So it's a weak aura. Nan Shield Classic. This weak aura puts a visual representation of your shield over here, and it's sort of color coded, so it's purple because I have a shadow protection potion active with 674 hit points left. And when I put on my ice barrier, you can see half of it turns blue. So it's the shield. Thanks a lot, Capic. I appreciate that. So the oldest maps would be playable like in an alpha client, which there's an alpha client floating around, 0.5.3 or whatever it is. And then a lot of them are available in The most common vanilla client is the 1.12. So whatever version of maps is loaded into that client is very common also. And that's the one I use. But yeah, it depends on whatever client you find, what maps you would have access to. Is this no Mage also HC? Yes, I only play HC these days. Mage is the most annoying class in Classic WoW? You might be right. I don't mind saying it's the easiest class by far. I leveled a warrior just to like level 22, and you guys that play warrior, like, you're the true chads. It's so hard compared to mage. Any melee class is just so much harder. Ever heard about rogues?
Sands consume you.
Yeah, rogues are tough, I think. But I still think they're way easier than warrior to level, right? Because you eventually get vanish and evasion and stuff. Like warriors just have nothing. Someone asked about the Nan Auto Shield add-on. I always want to have my shields up so I don't get dazed. That's exactly right. Clinic, dude, thank you so much. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I turn on my stream almost every time I play because I want to record hardcore in case I die, and sometimes I do it live by mistake because I don't usually chat with folks. It's usually just private. Yeah, you'll never see me like being a Twitch streamer or anything like that. That's not my style. Yeah, I remember exactly what you remember. In fact, like if you remember the absolute earliest days of WoW when the first videos were coming out and they were on Warcraft replays because, YouTube wasn't up and running yet. Some of the coolest early videos were rogues on PvP. They would just gank tons of people and could like one shot because they hadn't balanced the mechanics and stuff and they were just so brutal. It was super cool. This guy's not going to reset. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I guess isn't Warrior just insanely weapon dependent? If you get a couple good weapons, suddenly you're just demolishing stuff. But early on, I think like self-found early Warrior is like the most brutal hardcore experience there is. Which class do you think is best to start in vanilla if you only played Mage in Cataclysm? My girlfriend wants to start playing. Yeah, good suggestions. Mage or Hunter. I would always say Mage first. Priest is pretty comfy, I think. Paladin. I didn't see the other mob Pat in here. I didn't get to see what it was. The only dangerous thing in this farm, not the only dangerous thing is falling down, or there's 100 dangerous things, but the most dangerous thing is that you get a shadow hunter coming in here that can hex you and turn you into a frog. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I try to speak clearly about this stuff and explain it. Sometimes I get too wordy and then just end up explaining the stuff over and over, and it's like I've already made it clear. But anyway.
Sands consume you.
So there's the Pat I was looking for down there. It's a blood drinker, which means I'm safe. If that was a shadow hunter, I would have reset and killed it. These strats are all so crazy, and I've wondered that same thing that you just said, like who thought of these? A lot of these strats came out of Asian players. And I mean that, what I mean by that is like on the Mage discords and even early groups, you'd find links to like Korean and Chinese Mage players that would post videos of this stuff. Like they're the ones that figured out this. They figured out the Mara pulls. They figured out slave pens that we were doing in TBC and how to run along the walls and all that stuff we took from them. That's like the originators of this stuff. Um, that's a good question. My yesterday I got an epic farming here, which is rare. I've gotten maybe like three in all the times I've done this, and I do this on a lot of characters. You can see in the lower right the number of kills on these zombies. 5,000 on this account, and I got an epic yesterday, some epic boots, but unfortunately these mobs are slightly too low level to drop edge masters. So it's like you'll get like 50 gold epics, like epics that sell for like 50 gold. Nothing great. Yeah, it is a chore, and most people consider AoE farming like not fun. I love it for some reason. Like this character has done very little questing at all. I leveled almost exclusively AoE. Like I quested up to like level 12, and then I killed crabs in Westfall, and then I killed gnolls in Red Ridge, and then I killed gnolls in Wetlands, and then I can't remember what I did after that. I did like all AoE though. Can't remember what's after Wetlands. Gnolls. guy keeps healing. Yeah, hunters are super fast. Right? Like this is like so inefficient here, killing this guy. I'm only killing him to try to get to be able to do the scarabs. This guy's killing my leveling time. I might just reset this guy and just head out and do another run. Right. Time is money. Between 3 and 4 gold. Just raw currency. And then it's just totally random in how many greens and grays you get. But on average, I always call this farm 80 to 90 gold an hour, which is how I make my gold for raiding. That'd be super weird if it wasn't, right? If my name wasn't Jeff. Yeah, I can show off the gear of the 60. Head from Neff, choker from Rag. I got 4 pieces of tier 2. Cloak of Consumption from Hakar. Bracers from Broodlord. Staff from Osirian. This wand is from Azuragos. Got these last night, Netherwind gloves. These are AQ20 pants, but they're actually super good. ZG boots. I'm still using the Zanzels set for hit. 3 hit plus 3 hit just on these. And trinkets. So yeah, this guy's geared pretty good for hardcore. See, that guy was super dangerous. That guy could hex me, turn me into a frog. I learned recently in early vanilla days, Blizzard considered the Blackrock Spire Fire Res MC buff an exploit and warned guilds not to use it. That's interesting. I mean, it's definitely not an exploit. You're allowed to mind control mobs, and they have that ability to cast. We totally abuse it in my guild, so we will all line up, and you guys probably do the same too, right? You said you're in Pog. So everybody lines up and gets that, either get 81 or 83 fire resistance. You have to get it.
Sands consume you.
There it is. About mobs using their abilities, do you think it's just a timer that starts as soon as combat starts based on percentage health, or are there more? It's anything. There's some mobs do things at certain health percentages they'll cast it. Sometimes it becomes available at certain health percentages, but that's why, like, when you watch high level guilds kill like KT, they'll be calling out like, okay, Frost Tomb's still on the table, or this is still available, because you don't know if he's going to cast it, but he has it available. I don't know if that made sense, hopefully.
Sands consume you.
What do you do if you fall down? Well, it's back to Elwyn. Choose a starting zone. Nice. Um, no, you guessed it. You lip, which is why I don't start this on hardcore till 40. I actually don't start this on hardcore till 46 because you have a new rank of Blizzard, and lip is not available till 45. So if you fall down by mistake, it's run right when they get to you, you lip, and then you've got 6 seconds to make it back to. They'll all be on you, following you to make this jump again. If you don't, you're dead. And once you get to 50, if you're in here just farming this on, with your 60 just gold farming, then you would just Petri. Petri Alt F4. I'm going to steal your joke, Felicioso. Like, next time someone's doing something dangerous, hey, what starting zone are you going to pick? Dude, I'm the same. Gotta keep going, keep farming. Especially when you AoE, like if you get an area to yourself, I'd never leave. Like if I can get Goshek farm to myself or the Tenaris Pirates or something and nobody else is there, I'm like, well, I got the spot. I gotta just keep on going. Honestly forgot that guy was there. Guy just ran into the mountain. Dang, didn't reset again. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Yeah, I died on Entusul, the boss in there. And it's cringe to say that you died to a disconnect, but I did. And I think that it had to do with, it wasn't even like a disconnect. It was a like a desync of where I was relative to the boss, and um, then the server like goes down, that instance server for you. But gotta own it. It's like I made a video on my 60 mage, the mage with that same name, Jeff X, before, like the day before it died. Like, look how much gold I can make in these farms, and then like died the next day. Yep. I didn't figure it out. It's all kind of just theories on my part, but Antusul is a weird boss. You know, he summons at different percentages. To your earlier question, he summons ads, and it's like at like 75 and 50 and 25%. He'll summon ads, and he tries to summon them pretty quickly when he hits those like milestones. But like I had done something where I damaged him very quickly and got him low, and he hadn't summoned his ads, and he tried to summon them, or like I got him past the second threshold, like to 75 and 50, and he hadn't summoned yet. And he did something weird. He like stutter stepped a little bit as he was following me, and then I was still in the game and still playing, but like I was disconnected. Like my spells weren't, the cast bars weren't starting, even though the spell animation started. And so I knew I was disconnected, but it wasn't like the server instantly went down. It was like I had desynced. But I don't know. That's all just guessing. What profession would I suggest on the new classic server? Oh, for gold making? I don't know. I'm like hardcore brain right now, so I would say mining, because a lot of people go mining early and they want to go engineering, but they want to go engineering and something else. So they maybe go mining early and then drop it and go like engineering and tailoring or something else, and then they need to buy the stuff, the ore. So I think mining ore is good on an early server. But yeah, anything gathering is good. No, I couldn't have saved my guy if I Alt F4'd. I was completely desynced. So from Blizzard's perspective, my guy was just standing still, even in the server. And I instantly was clicking Petri. But I just, no commands were going through. Butt farm, dead at 32. Too bad. Hey, good night, man. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate it. That's a good question, Peter. I should is the real answer, but I love classic and I like when I'm playing this, it's because I'm trying to like recapture how it was for me when I played in 2004 and 2005. Honestly, like it's the nostalgia aspect and this is how the game looked, so I keep it this way. But I mean, I still have all this other crap on the screen, so I don't know. Sharkbait, this is era, so it's classic. Classic era hardcore. I'm so used to playing Gnome. I did my escape artist hotkey right there, but it was Will of the Forsaken, which did not get me out of the net. I have one live 60 on hardcore and 2 dead. No, I've never lost a 60 in a raid. Um, I almost did last night. I almost died to a mob that or a player that was right next to me and got mind controlled, and a paladin, and almost killed me. But I've never died in raids. I died once to a disconnect farming Zul'Farrak, and then this is super embarrassing, but I died on a 60 turning in the quest to finish your Ani neck. If you're familiar with that quest, you do a whole bunch of crap, jailbreak, go back and forth, get a bunch of stuff, then you have to get the blood of Dracasath by killing Drac, and then you go twice to a mob in Winterspring up in the mountains. And on my second trip back to actually pick up the necklace, I stepped on a teleport blue circle next to her, which teleports you into the cave underneath with a bunch of elite dragons, and I got one shot by the dragon inside. Yeah, that stung. That was actually my first character in my hardcore guild in HC Elite, and I was only in for like 2 weeks, and I was so disgusted I took a break from hardcore, which is the wrong thing to do because then you just dwell on the fact that you died. The right thing to do when you die is you instantly delete the character and you create another one, you level it up to 10. And it's amazing what it does to your mind. You're so bummed about losing a character that you had weeks or months played, but just playing through 10 levels over 2 hours, you get emotionally invested in the new character right away of what you have and what gear you got and how you're doing, and you move right along past the dead one, which is why we say go again. All 360s are gnome mages. I'm a pretty one-dimensional player.
Loktar, Sub-Sub. Thrall, Hull. For the Horde.
Man, mages are the best class. They're like people say they were the first hero class. Like mages have so many crazy abilities. I mean, blink is a crazy fun ability. The fact that you can blizzard 50 mobs and kill them all in one big pack. That you can teleport between cities and teleport other players. You can make your own food and water. Like that's an incredible, super fun class. Um, and it's just the very first class I played in Classic, so I always end up going back to it. It's also, I don't mind saying, especially for hardcore, by far the easiest class to play and to stay alive. Not as main. I've leveled um, priests multiple times to 60 and rated on them. I've leveled rogue and warrior in original vanilla 2005, 2006. Yeah, Peter, you're spot on. I mean, stepping on the teleporter was 100% my fault and got to own it. And it was a lesson. And it's funny, every time I go back to that spot, I am like so careful. And every time someone's turning in that quest or I do jailbreak with them, I'm like, hey, be careful of the teleporter. But the disconnect was pretty rough. But one of my like sort of like pet peeves or things I hate about hardcore is the whole, especially hardcore before official hardcore, is this whole idea of like appeals and going back and saying, well, they got to have appeals, especially for disconnects. It's not your fault. It's part of what makes hardcore hardcore. There's a huge luck element to getting a character to 60. You could disconnect and lose your character at any time. The Blizzard servers could go down. So when you see these 60s that are so well geared, they've been both lucky and skillful, and that's just a part of it. It's why it's called hardcore, because there's that luck element. So I disconnected, I went right away again, deleted the character and started again. Yeah, exactly. You're taking that risk. Marquez, thank you so much, man. I'm glad you like the videos. It's awesome. And I'm not much of a streamer. I just sort of fell into it for a little bit today. Here's a live 60, Peter, who's if you're still around. Who's my raider? Oh, sorry, that was Sharkbait that asked if I had any 60s. Do you plan to also hop on the new servers? I will not be hopping on the new hardcore servers. I will be playing softcore classic alongside this. I'm still going to primarily play hardcore on Defias Pillager though. Roland, dude, was just talking about you. I was just talking about almost dying last night. And I'm doing good, man. How are you? And yeah, Peter, I'm US. I'm US West Coast. Whoa, this didn't get reset. Boo. Marquez, your mom knows what's up. It's the best movie ever. I love Interstellar. I'm into like cosmology and I took astronomy courses in school and I'm into cosmology and physics and all that, but I'm also a dad with a daughter, so that movie hits close to home. It's such a great movie. Sushi and sake sounds epic. It's a good dinner, man. You earned it. Honestly, Roland, I was stupid for not pettering there. I went back and watched that and I did not play good. I like froze when that happened. I'm like, what's going on? I didn't know, and I kind of ran away. Like there was like 10 things I could have done. I tried to hit a lip, and right as I did, I think I got stunned. But that had nothing to do with you. It wasn't your fault at all. So um, I think you should have been dispelled or sheeped by other people much sooner. Is really what the answer was. But all's well that ends well. So Peter, you're EU and are talking about just playing regular like softcore, right? Obviously, if you're considering PvP. Yeah, uh, I got a lot of respect for people that play PvP well. I'm horrible at it, so I don't ever play on a PvP server. I just like playing the game, like the quests and the leveling and all of that. People were asking how my other 60s have died in this stream, and I was just explaining it. So if I had to explain that, like I died in Blackwing Lair, like while fighting Neff, that would be an okay explanation, Roland, compared to the other ways I've died. So no worries, man. Dude, your holy pally slaps. It was funny after that aide came and traded me a holy protection potion. Have a good night, Peter. Right? That's not on my list. I don't have Holy Protection potion anywhere. Yeah, that's super smart. Smartest thing is to have every type of resist potion in your inventory. Respect the grind. Big time. This guy's ranged. That is so weird. White boots from the rare mob. That was a good guess, man. For sure. I got +7 healing gloves. Good stuff. Is that really what you're going to do, Roland? You're going to play Fresh Horde. Nice. Yeah, that would have been interesting. If you could tame that guy and he was a ranged, like, dog type pet. Oh, that's cool. Mile high, I see. The add-on where I destroyed junk stuff is aptly named Dejunk. Dejunk 2.0.2. And it's good. It lets you just sell stuff in order of the cheapest or destroy it. And then it also sells everything that's gray automatically for you. And you can add stuff to the list or take it off. Stuff that you want to destroy. I need Dejunk in real life. Yeah, for sure. Me too. Yeah, I think autosell works 100% fine. Um, but I mostly just use it for getting rid of the low level stuff, like for the ZF farming that I was doing. No, I'm too old to do Twitch. They don't let people like me on Twitch. I like, for context, when this game came out, I was already in my 30s when it came out then, so I'm too old for Twitch. I only stream to YouTube because I want to record my gameplay, and YouTube never deletes the stuff. And then I started making YouTube videos about like exploring WoW, which is interesting to me. I really should go clear my inventory. No buff challenge. So I missed that from before. Yeah, that's just poor play. Then when I had no buffs 5 minutes ago. Oh yeah, you are old. I really like how so many people play WoW that were like super young when it came out. You know, maybe they're like little kids and too young to play, or they saw their parents play or something. I've often said that if WoW had come out like when I was still in school, like when I was in college, I would have, or even high school, I would have for sure failed out. Like everybody that started playing this game, like I was just so incredibly unhealthily addicted to it. It was insane.
Strength and honor. Go forth to victory.
Man, I keep spamming blink. No blink, no blink till 20. Ooh, that's hard if you grinded those top PvP ranks. That's brutal. Yeah, exactly. Those first couple months of WoW were like insane, no sleep. I've told the story in a video, but like when WoW first came out, I would rush home from work on Fridays and I would play straight through without stopping till Saturday night, like every weekend. I really looked forward to it.
This had better be good. What now? Speak quickly. Eloman. See ya later.
death announcements are spamming here. Crazy. Am I going to play fresh servers, not hardcore? I'm going to stay here on Defias Pillager for hardcore, but I am going to play softcore. Probably just get a character to 60 just to play through the super fresh server, which is fun.
Glory to the Horde. Go with honor.
Peace, friend. May the eternal sun shine
Greetings.
upon you.
Be careful.
Yes, Ben, you read that book. That book is amazing. I've read it all the way through twice. It's just, we're so fortunate that John Stotts thought to keep that journal that he kept during the development. And it's just insane how they were just piecing this game together through like long nights and stuff. It's an incredible story. That book kind of got me into making these videos I've been making where I'm just digging around in the models. Yeah, a WoW map maker would be crazy. Would I like to see a true Classic Plus? I thought I wanted to see it, but I believe that Season of Discovery was Blizzard thinking they were making Classic Plus. I think that was their Classic Plus. And I think that they misunderstood what people wanted. I think we wanted our exact same classes with very few changes to the gameplay of the classes, but new content, like more dungeons and stuff, and not like, rehashing Sunken Temple as a raid, like brand new content for our existing classes. And they did the opposite. They focused on runes and the players. And so then they just screwed up the whole thing with like incursions and stuff. And now they're not sure what to do. So, I mean, people were thinking in this 30th, the WoW 30th anniversary special, the announcement that they had, the WoW Direct stuff, they were going to announce a new like Classic Plus then, but I don't think they know what to do. They're trying to figure out, do we make Season of Discovery better and make that our Classic Plus? So Season of Discovery left like a bad taste in my mouth because of missteps with that. So now I'm not sure I want them to do a Classic Plus. So anyway, that was a super long-winded answer, but I'm not looking for it right now. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, people thought, well, it's sort of like the test to see if they're going to do it, but I don't know. I think a lot of people are enjoying like Turtle WoW for Classic Plus, which I haven't tried, but that's like that's the non-Blizzard answer. Yeah, SOD felt like retail. Once you get the like reactive gameplay where the gameplay is all the same. It's like you're going to cast one ability and then it might proc something, which means you cast the next thing. And it brings up a little on-screen circle around your character, and then you're pressing one, and then if the circle pops up, you press two. Like that got tiresome real quick, and that's retail. Yeah, I liked it in the beginning. The first two expansions, I really got into it. I played it quite, or first two phases, but I got tired of it. I do still have the Legacy White Horse on retail. It's one of my greatest sort of like our proudest accomplishments or achievements in WoW is having that mount. Ooh, that zebra is awesome. Lockin', yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's a Bloody Friday. Honestly, I have this death thing set to pop up at any level, so you're getting all these low level ones, but you can tell that hardcore is getting more and more popular just by the amount of death notifications that pop up. It's a lot. You do too, Hyper. That's awesome. That was cool because those mounts were out early when they looked super different when you had something like that. If you played early, HC is the closest to like that feeling of the game for some reason. So I definitely think you should try it, Hypers. That's a big part of why I think it was a mistake, Marquez. It's they're just launching fresh for a game mode that's currently existing is the quickest way to kill that existing community because people will just wait, nobody new will come in, everybody's going to go to the new server. The fresh classic makes sense because there's no classic right now that's going to progress into TBC. Yeah, humorism, what you said is so true. If you've played WoW a lot but never played hardcore, when you first play it, it's like a sobering feeling because the game is harder than you think, I think, until you kind of get used to a different way of playing. And what's hard about hardcore is it's almost harder for really good players because good players know how to get themselves out of a jam. Like you pulled an extra mob and you're like, I can handle this. I can kill oh, another one. I can handle that too. I'm going to CC this and I'm going to do that. And you want to play well, but in hardcore, the mindset has to be different. You have to just run. And good players don't run, they deal with it. And probably 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, they successfully deal with it. But the one time you don't, you're dead and you've lost tens or hundreds of hours. So you got to just run, which is hard to get used to. Yeah, I don't like them re-adding stuff either. Yeah, exactly. Overconfident. Humorism, you advised getting your first death before 20. It's most likely, if you look at the class statistics, you are most likely to die before only 25% of characters rolled make it to level 20. 60% make it to level 10. Only 25 make it to level 20. Only 11.5 make it to 30 and so on. So you're most likely to die in these early levels here. Yes, I think the fresh server is going to die early also. I think that the fresh classic, the regular softcore classic, is the SOD killer, by the way. Like, I think half the people that are still playing SOD and enjoying it are really looking forward to just classic fresh and are going to go to there. So. Exactly right. That's our saying, right? HC is always fresh. The only thing that would have made sense for fresh HC is if they said, all right, well, we didn't do solo self-found right. We're going to make a dedicated self-found server. Or we're going to make a new server that is going to roll into TBC, but it's going to be separate from the existing. That still would have fragmented the community, which I'm not in favor of, but at least it would have made sense. But just making a repeat of the servers we already have, there's no benefit to it. And it's a detriment because the streamers just didn't want to be running around on a server with a bunch of tier 2 and tier 3 geared players already. They wanted a new server that they could get on and raid quickly, but now they can't raid because it's phased. So the whole thing was like, I feel like hardcore is like an afterthought for Blizzard. Like they don't really think about it or put a lot of effort into it. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, Marquise, that's going to be cool. That's the private server client that I'm using right now for videos and stuff is set up right as the AQ war effort is going on. So like Silithus is different. It's got all these huge like mobs padding through it and stuff, which is going to be a cool time to play. So that's part of why I'm going to play Softcore Classic again, just to experience all of that one more time. Plus, I just love a fresh server. I love logging in the moment a fresh server launches and having all the starting zones be crowded and there's no high levels, and there's no auction house going. It's just a cool experience. What's up, Travis? Yeah, I'm pretty one-dimensional, man, as you know. Although when you first met me, I was playing a priest, just like you. Yeah, it's an easy choice for me. I'll be playing a mage with some variation of the word Jeff as the name. It's pretty simple. Like people have asked me because I have Jeff. I honestly I play Jeff A, Jeff B, Jeff C, Jeff O is my main right now. And people have asked me like, "Oh, did you do that?" But no, it's just random letters. And then you like Jeff A was my first 60 that died on this server, and I deleted it and made this character. But sometimes when I play Jeff B, people ask me what happened to Jeff A. I'll say dead. All right, sort of a weird spot to log out. I need to head out. I don't usually stream live like this or chat with folks ever, but this was a lot of fun. If you chatted in here, I really appreciate it. This was cool, and I might do it again at some point. But if you watch the videos, I really appreciate that too.